attention exhibitors, this is going to serve as your 10-minute call for our start time this evening. 10 minutes, 5 o'clock, looking to start sharply, 5 o'clock. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2025 World Clydesdale Show. We have a very exciting program for you lined up here this evening, but before we get to all of that, we would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to our friends across the pond and honor the homeland of the Clydesdale. If you would please stand, those of you who are able, and remove cover as our bagpipers play The Flower of Scotland. Carrying the Scottish flag in this evening is Leah Pop. How about it? For Scotland, thank you very much, Leah Pop. Our bagpipers this evening, joining us from Oakland, Illinois, is Paul Hinson. From Mattoon, Illinois, is Gary Rawlings. And from Springfield, Illinois, Graham Ogilvy on drums. Big thank you to them. We're going to ask that all of you remain standing now as we pay tribute to one of the other three countries this evening for our Clydesdale show. To our friends in the north, the playing of O Canada. And how about a nice round of applause for Jessica Crandall-Mannard carrying tonight's Canadian flag. And now, as we honor America, we ask that you remain standing and welcome into the ring Brooke Seacrest, joining us from Chatham, Illinois. She is currently earning a master's degree in SIUE. She is actively involved in local community theater and has been recent productions of Hoogland, The Legacy, and Muni. She will be performing the Star Spangled Banner, carrying the colors tonight for the United States as Mikaela Redeker. How about it? Michaela Redeker, and joining us once again, Brooke Seacrest. All right, nicely done, lady. How about one more round of applause for our bagpipers and drummer here tonight, Paul Hinson, Gary Rawlings, and Graham Ogilvy. Thank you very much, gentlemen. All right, before we get to the meat of our program here this evening, we're going to have a really neat exhibition for you guys. This is going to be archery via horseback. That's right, we are going to be shooting arrows into targets via horseback. Tonight is going to be presenting that by Hazel Horseback Archer and CR Crown Jewel, joining us from Alberta, Canada. They just got back from the International Horse Archery Alliance World Championships in Lewisburg, Tennessee. 20 countries participated in this world level event. Hazel is currently ranked 4th overall in Canada and number 1 in the province of Alberta on the Canadian Federation of Mounted Archery National Ranking System as of September 2025. Hazel is an athlete, martial artist, equestrian cosplayer, and social media creator. Hazel and Jewel are dedicating to what they do, training every single day. This is their 1,005th days of consecutive riding. 1,005 consecutive days. Hazel will be riding her best friend CRW Crown Jewel as a registered Clydesdale and ambassador for the Clydesdale breed. Hazel bought Jewel wild and unhandled. Jewel is solely owned and trained by Hazel. Jewel participates with Hazel in many riding disciplines such as dressage, jumping, barrel racing, world equestrian, western dressage, English pleasure riding, western pleasure riding, cowboy trail, horseback archery, and sakura, Japanese horseback archery. All right, it looks like we are ready. Let's welcome in Hazel and Crown Jewel. And there you have it. Hazel Horseback, the Horseback Archer, and CRW Crown Jewel once again joining us from Alberta, Canada. Why don't we treat this a little like a feed team race? Come on, pick your favorite team. Let's cheer for them. Come on, boys. Let's see it. Let's get these Swampers a-moving. They're catching you, Kale. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, let's see if they can make it home with all 6 of them. Let's hear it. They turn and head for home. Our first place finisher in tonight's resetting of the ring. Congratulations, boys. I'm not sure what was slowing this team down. Looks like they got all the talent a outfit could handle, but I mean, just maybe tomorrow night, guys. Maybe tomorrow night. Round of applause for second place in tonight's feed team races. All right, at this time, we're going to welcome in the Sutter Post Farm Stagecoach, driven tonight by Wayne Mass. They're going to be carrying in our officials for this evening. Our hitch judge, Mr. Brian Coleman from Disbury, Alberta. Pleasure and riding judge, Danny Thompson, joining us from Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. And our 2025 National Clydesdale Queen, Tara Taft. The Sutter Post Farms is joining us from Mechanicsville, Maryland. Fun fact for those guys, every year, this outfit delivers the Christmas tree to the White House. How about that? Nice round of applause for Sutter Post Farm. First out, that is our queen, once again, the 2025 National Clydesdale Queen, Tara Taft. Brian Coleman, our hitch judge. And Danny Thompson, our pleasure in riding judge. And thank you once again to Sutter Post Farm for bringing our show officials to our arena for tonight's performance. All right, I believe we are ready to get into the heart of tonight's program. We are starting tonight's events with the Mare 6-horse hitch class. Mare 6-horse hitch. Going to have 3 heats in this class. 3 heats. And our first one in is going to be the entry of Wismer Clydesdales. They are driven tonight by Ron Wismer, joining us from Astonburg, Ontario, Canada. Our next entry is entry number 113. This is the entry of the Glencoe Gallantry Clydesdale. Joining us from Taconic, Illinois, this is Logan Bain driving. And our third and final heat in this class is 193. This is the Country Classic Clydesdales from Mapleton, Minnesota. This is Thomas Madel driving. All right, drivers, if you would please, hitches on the rail at a trot. Judge, this is your class. All right, drivers, our judge has called for the reverse, beginning with the Wismer Clyde entry. As you come around on the east end, if you would please look to your ring steward and reverse. And let's bring them down to the walk, drivers. Please walk your hitches. All walk. And back to the trot. Let's pick them up on the rail at a trot. Drivers, this is going to be your final lap. As you come around, we're going to ask that you look to your ring steward to line up. Once again, beginning with Wismer Clydesdales. Please line up. And how about a nice round of applause for our first heat in tonight's Clydesdale Mare 6-horse hitch. As our judge, Brian Coleman, makes his way for closer inspection on these hitches, you may notice on the back of these wagons that we have signs that may not necessarily correspond to the signs on the side of the wagon. These are our wagon sponsors at this year's event, without whom this show would not be possible. Our first entry, the Wismer Clydesdale. They are sponsored this evening by Prairie View Clydesdales. Currently under the eye of Mr. Coleman is the Glencoe Gallantry Clydesdale entry. They are sponsored by Equishine Economy Feeds. And our final entry in this heat, the Country Class Clydesdales. They are sponsored this week by the Stallheim Farms. All right, we are going to go ahead and dismiss this first heat. Drivers, if you would, please out and to your left, beginning once again with the Wismer Clydesdales. And as they exit, let's hear it for them one more time. Our first heat in tonight's Clydesdale Mare 6-horse hitch. All right, we are ready for our second heat in tonight's Registered Mare 6. Second heat, looking for 4 entries in this heat. Drivers, if you can hear my voice, please make your way to the arena at a trot. Alrighty, I hear the chains of jingling. They are on our way. Heat 2 of tonight's Registered Mare 6. And first in, joining us from Answorth, New Brunswick, this show's title sponsor, entry 186, the Beto Clydesdales, driven by Eric Reisinger. Next in is 187. This is TF Clydesdales, joining us from Gladbrook, Iowa. Jack Bauer driving. Next in is 169, the entry of Stokes Stables. Joining us from Moffat, Ontario, this is Pat Stokes driving. And our fourth and final entry in this heat, 102, the Greenwood Farm. Joining us from Richmond, Michigan, with Mr. Gary Miller driving. All right, drivers, on the rail at a trot, you are being judged. Drivers, we're going to prepare to work second way of the ring, beginning once again with the Beto entry. And Mr. Eric Reisinger, if you would please take directions from your ring steward and lead us through the reverse. And down to the walk, drivers, please walk your hitches. Back to the trot, on the rail at a trot. All right, drivers, we're going to go ahead and line up once again, beginning with the Beto entry. Please look to your ring steward and line up. And let's hear it for our second heat of tonight's registered Clydesdale Mare 6-horse hitch. First, under the eyes of our judge here in the lineup is going to be the entry of the Beto Clydesdales, joining us from Ensworth, Nebraska. They are sponsored this week by Performance Unlimited Clydesdales. As I mentioned earlier, the Beto Clydesdales are the 2025 World Clydesdale Show title sponsor. Unbelievable sponsorship, unbelievable support. Let's hear it for them, the Beto Clydesdales. Very much appreciated. Our next entry, the TF Clydesdales. They're going to be sponsored this week by none other than the Draft Horse Journal. That is entry 169, the Stokes Stables. They are sponsored this week by Chesapeake Clydesdales. And our fourth entry in this heat, 102, the entry of the Greenwood Farms, sponsored this week by New Paris Equine Center. Alrighty, our judge says he has the notes he needs. Drivers are going to ask that you pull out and to your left as we dismiss this heat. Beginning with Beto Clydesdale's drivers, if you would please out and to your left. Ladies and gentlemen, as they leave, how about another nice round of applause for heat number 2 of our registered Clydesdale Mare 6-horse hitch. All right, we are going to have one more heat of tonight's registered Mare 6, looking for 4 more entries to round out tonight's class. 4 more entries in Heat 3. Drivers, the ring is ready. If you could please be making your way to the arena at a trot. And here they come, our third and final heat of tonight's class in the registered Mare 6. Entry 160, joining us from Cargill, Ontario. This is the Greg Lee Alomar Clydesdales with Jason Gregg driving. Entry 183 from Sparta, Wisconsin. This is Dustin Brooks driving for the Brookside Farm. Entry 166 from Hawkesbury, Alberta, Canada. Kevin Pellinero driving for the Calico Farm. And rounding out this heat is going to be 139, the Stahlheim Farm Clydesdales from Emery, Wisconsin, and Andrew Stahlheim driving. All right, drivers, this is our heat. On the rail at a trot, please. Drivers, we're going to ask that you work the second direction of the ring, beginning with Jason Gregg in the Gregley Alomar entry. As you come around the east end, please look to your ring man and lead us through the reverse. And down to the walk, drivers, please walk your sixes. And let's return to the trot, please. On the rail, all trot. Drivers, our judge has called for the lineup. Once again, beginning with the Gregley Alomar entry. As you come down the rail, please look to your ring steward and line up on his direction. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our third and final heat of tonight's registered mare Clydesdale 6-horse hitch. First in for the heat, this heat was the entry of Gregley Alomar Clydesdales, sponsored this week by TF Clydesdales. Second in for this heat was the entry of the Brookside Farm, sponsored this week by Equishine Economy Feeds. Next in for this heat, the Calico Farms. They are sponsored this week by World Draft Horse Network. And rounding out this heat is the entry of the Stahlheim Farm, sponsored once again, by Equishine Economy Feeds.
Do you think about me sometimes? Does it cross your mind what the life we had could have been if we gave it time? But the summer's gone, now you're moving on. I see it when I look online, and I wonder if I'm the only one laying awake at night. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. I'll give you anything you need, and we can take it slow. And I know that it's over when we get older. You can say I told you so. Won't you take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Don't ever let me go. I remember back to the days we shared a home, drinking coffee every morning, making love in the afternoon. But the autumn came and blew away the things I thought I knew, 'cause I never thought I'd see the day I'm a stranger to you. Take your
All right, we're going to go ahead and dismiss our fourth heat. Drivers, if you would please out and to your left, beginning with the Gregley Alomar entry. Drivers, out and to your left. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, you have been great with your support tonight. How about one more time for our third heat of tonight's registered Clydesdale Mares 6-horse hitch. All right, as you can see, our ground crew is reviewing our Judge Mr. Coleman's scorecard, trying to get together. It looks like we are going to have a redrive. This is when our judge is going to ask a few of these hitches to come back and go head-to-head across the three heats to assist in our final placings. We will be placing the entire class top to bottom, so we want to have everything just right. All right, word in the booth is we're going to see 5 hitches back for our redrive. Our judge wants to see 5 of these hitches go head-to-head for final placings. Our crew out back is going to be directing traffic, getting all 11 of these positioned just so we can get those 5 back in. All right, it sounds like they are making their way back in. First in for our redrive is going to be entry number 185, the Wismer Clydesdales from Amherst, Ontario. Ron Wismer driving. Next in is 139, the Stallheim Farm Clydesdales from Amory, Wisconsin. Andrew Stallheim driving. 169, this is Stokes Stables from Moffat, Ontario. Mr. Pat Stokes driving. Entry 166 from Huxley, Alberta. It's Kevin Pellinero for the Calico Farm. And here comes your final entry, 186, the entry of the Beto Clydesdales from Ellsworth, Nebraska. Eric Reisinger driving. Drivers, this is our redrive. On the rail at a trot, you are being judged.
Thought I never would find my way. Sweet girl, straight from downtown, where I was just another face. They said that we should steer clear of each other. Matches and gasoline, nothing but trouble. Said we'd never make it, but you ain't seen nothing yet. Oh, when
Drivers, we are going to work the second direction of the ring, beginning with the Wismer Clydesdales and Mr. Ron Wismer. As you come around the east end, please lead us into the reverse.
Taking the sunset in old Mexico, running and loving our way down the coast. Nothing to lose, 'cause with you I am home. Here we go. We're just getting started.
Drivers, this is your final lap. As you come around, we're going to start our lineup. Beginning with Wismer Clydes. Drivers, if you would please line them up tight. We're bringing them all back. Wismer Clydes, line up. And there you have it, our rework in tonight's registered Mare 6-horse hitch. Big round of applause for these exhibitors. We're going to go ahead and open up the in-gate. Welcome back in our remaining 6 entries for final placings. What an unbelievable celebration of the females of the Clydesdale breed. Tonight's registered mare, 6-horse hitch, 11 entries. Big round of applause. Here then are your final placings in tonight's registered mare 6-horse hitch class. 11 entries shown, 11 entries will be placed. Drivers, we're going to ask that you pull out and to your right to receive your final placings. 11th place this evening is going to go to entry number 193. This is Country Classic Clydesdales, joining us from Mapleton, Minnesota. Thomas Madel driving. They are sponsored this evening by Stahlheim Farm. 10th place this evening is going to go to entry 160 from Cargill, Ontario, Canada. The entry of the Gregley Alomar Clydesdales with Jason Gregg driving. Standing ninth this evening is entry 183 from Sparta, Wisconsin, the entry of the Brookside Farms. This is Dustin Brooks driving. Sponsored tonight by Equishine Products. Eighth place this evening is 187, the entry of TF Clydesdales from Gladbrook, Iowa. Jake Bauer driving. Seventh place this evening is entry 113, the entry of Glencoe Gallantry Clydesdales with Logan Bain driving. Sixth place this evening goes to entry number 102 from Richmond, Michigan. The entry of the Greenwood Farm, driven tonight by Mr. Gary Miller. All right, we are down to our top 5. These are our redrive entries this evening. Fifth place, and congratulations, is going to go to entry number 185, the entry of the Wismer Clydesdales, driven tonight by Mr. Ron Wismer, joining us from Ashtonburg, Ontario, Canada. Fourth place this evening, entry number 139, the Stahlheim Farm Clydesdales, joining us from Emory, Wisconsin. Andrew Stahlheim driving. Standing third tonight is going to entry number 169, the entry of Stokes Stables, with Pat Stokes driving, joining us from Moffat, Ontario, Canada. And now we're down to just 2. Your reserve 2025 world champion, Clydesdale Mare registered 6-horse hitch, goes to entry number 166 from Huxley, Alberta, Canada. It's the entry of Calico Farms, Kevin Pellinero driving. Let's hear for him once again. And congratulations to your reserve world champion, registered Mare 6, the Calico Farm, 166, Kevin and Tammy Pellinero. And ladies and gentlemen, there stands your world champion, registered Mare, 6-horse hitch, entry number 186, the Beto Clydesdales, Eric Reisinger driving. It seems just a little too quiet for a world champion mare 6-horse hitch. Cheer for them as they go around the Beto Clydesdales. As they stand to get their ribbon, we'd like to recognize tonight's sponsor of the Mare 6-horse hitch. This sponsor tonight is Misfit Manor LLC. Robin Bell, a small breeding farm located in Snow Creek, Virginia. They live and breathe Clydesdales. Thank you for your sponsorship tonight. Entering into the ring to commemorate this experience is the owners of Beto Clydesdales. This is Jeff and Judy. Once again, like to recognize our title sponsor of the 2025 World Clydesdale Show. Thank you very much. A nice round of applause for Jeff and Judy and the Beto Clydesdales. Here then is one more look at your world champion Clydesdale registered mare 6-horse hitch, driven tonight by Mr. Eric Reisinger from Answorth, Nebraska, the Beto Clydesdales. Riding out on tonight's winning 6 is our queen, Tara Taft, as they turn and head for home. Let's hear it, Springfield. The Beto Clydesdales, the 2025 Registered Mare World Champions. Next up is going to be our Open Unicorn class. Quite a few entries in this. We are looking for 3 heats of our Open Unicorn. As soon as we get the gates cleared and these 6s back towards home, we're going to go ahead and welcome in Heat 1 of the Clydesdale Open Unicorn. All right, we have our first entry in tonight's Open Unicorn class. All right, we are going to run 5 in this first heat. Drivers, if you would please, unicorns on the rail at a trot. All right, drivers, our judge has asked that we reverse these entries, beginning with entry 180 in the Riverstone Clydesdales. Mr. Ethan Schmidt, as you come around, if you would please reverse. And down to the walk, drivers, please walk your unicorns. Back to the trot, on the rail at a trot. All right, drivers, as you come down that west rail, we're going to go ahead and start our lineup. Once again, beginning with the Riverstone Clydesdales. Please look to your ring steward and line up. And there you have it, our first of 3 in tonight's Open Unicorn Hitch. All right, we're going to go ahead and dismiss this first heat. Drivers, if you would, please out and to your left. Once again, beginning with Riverstone Clydesdales. Ladies and gentlemen, as they leave, how about one more nice round of applause for our first heat in tonight's Open Unicorn class. All right, we're going to go ahead and welcome in our second heat. All right, here comes our second heat in tonight's Open Unicorn class. First in is going to be entry number 127, the Lundergan Clydesdales, joining us from Lexington, Kentucky. This is Brian Amelslesher driving. Entry 162, the Georges Clydesdales, joining us from Bishopton, Quebec. This is Jason Taylor driving. $125, the entry of the Grandview Clydesdales, joining us from Donnell, Florida. This is Shannon Combs driving. $121, Style and Grace Draft Horses, joining us from Mount Pleasant, Michigan. Austin Banga driving. And our fifth and final entry in this heat is going to be 122 from Dana, Illinois. This is George Moritz Clydesdales. Drivers, this is going to be our heat. If you would, please, on the rail at a trot. All right, drivers, we are going to work second direction, beginning with the Lundergan Clydesdales. And Brian, if you would please, as you come around the east corner, please look to your ring steward and reverse on his direction. And down to the walk, drivers all walk. And back to the trot, on the rail at a trot. All right, drivers, we're going to call for the lineup once again, beginning with the Lundergan Clydesdales. Please look to your ring steward and line up. And there you have it, our second heat in tonight's Open Unicorn Division. All right, our judge says he is ready to dismiss our second heat. Drivers, if you would please, out and to your left, beginning once again with Lundergan Clydesdales. Drivers, we'll see you back shortly. As they leave, how about a nice round of applause for our second heat of tonight's Open Unicorn Hitch. All righty, entry number 114, joining us from Springfield, Illinois. This is Mike Taft driving for the Double Shoe Clydesdales. The Dreamin' Out Loud Clydesdales, joining us from Clayton, Ontario, Canada. This is Troy Leonard driving, entry 132. Next in from Aaronsburg, Pennsylvania, entry number 276, the Rollin' On Clydesdales, driven tonight by Mr. Roger Toms. $165, the entry of the Resting Spirit Stables, joining us from Essex, Ontario, Canada, Mr. Eric Guyman driving. $149, the Ridgeview Acres, joining us from Willard, Missouri, Mr. Ura Hirschberger driving. And 5-star Clydesdales 107, joining us from Leland, Illinois, and Cameron Hastings. All right, drivers, if you would please, on the rail at a trot. This is our heat. All right, drivers, our judge has called for the reverse. Beginning with Eli Yoder in the Double Shoe Clydesdales. As you come around, please look to your ringman and reverse. Stop, all stop, all stop.
Do you think about me sometimes? Does it cross your mind what the life we had could have been if we gave it time? But the summer's gone, now you're moving on. I see it when I look online, and I wonder if I'm the only.
All right, looks like we got that piece of harness fixed. Drivers, we're going to go ahead. Why don't we get ourselves spaced out on the rail and go ahead and complete this reverse.
I'll give you anything you need, and we can take it slow. And I know that it's over when we get older. You can say I told you so. Won't you take your time coming back to me? Don't ever let me go. Don't ever let me go. I remember back to the days we shared a home, drinking coffee every morning, making love in the afternoon.
And down to the walk, drivers. Let's walk our unicorns. All walk.
Cause I never thought I'd see the day
And back to the trot. Put them on the rail at a trot. We're going to go ahead and Eli, if you want to pull in for us, sweet. Everybody else, let's stay on the rail at a trot. If you could, let's go one more lap. On the rail at a trot. Show your unicorns. All right, drivers, this time as you come around, we're going to go ahead and line you all up, beginning with Dreamin' Out Loud. As you come down this west rail, please look to the center and line up on your ring steward's direction. And there you have it, our third and final heat in tonight's Open Unicorn class. All right, we're going to go ahead and excuse this entire heat. Drivers, if you would, please, out and to your left, beginning with Dreaming Out Loud, 132, out and to your left. We're going to go ahead and send everybody out so we can bring everybody back in nice and tight for final placings.
Southbound for the border, somewhere no one knows our names. But I know when I hold you, I'ma love you till the grave.
Attention exhibitors, we do have a debit card turned into the announcer booth. Cynthia Wessing, if you are on the grounds or in the arena, we have your bank card. If you don't show up by the end of the night, we are not afraid to use it just to see how good it really is. But I would advise that you come pick it up as soon as possible. Cynthia Wessing, we have your card.
Loving our way down the coast, nothing to lose 'cause with you I am home. Here we go. We're just getting started.
Ladies and gentlemen, your top 12 in tonight's Open Unicorn Hitch. All right, we have 15 entries shown. We placed the top 12 here at the World Clydesdale Show. Here then are your final results for our Open Unicorn class. This class is going to be sponsored by Riverside Clydesdales from Fawcett, Alberta, Canada, Gord and Faye Campbell. Thank you very much for your sponsorship of today's Open Unicorn class. 12th place this evening is going to go to entry number 107, the entry of 5-star Clydesdales from Leland, Illinois. This is Cameron Hastings. Drivers are going to pull out into the... All right, the next ones, we're going to go ahead and drivers, if you would, please out and to your right for final placings. Out and to the right. 11th place this evening. 11th is going to go to entry number 276, the entry of the Rollin' On Clydesdales. Joining us from Aaronsburg, Pennsylvania, Mr. Roger Toms driving. Tenth place this evening is going to entry 132, the Dreamin' Out Loud Clydesdales from Clayton, Ontario, Canada. Troy Leonard driving. Ninth place this evening is entry 104, the Mountain View Clydesdales. Joining us from Bristol, Connecticut, this is Davina Saglio. Eighth place this evening is entry 127, the entry of the Lundergan Clydesdales. Joining us from Lexington, Kentucky, Brian Almoslesher driving. Seventh place this evening is entry 125, the entry of the Grandview Clydesdales. Joining us from Dunellen, Florida, Shannon Cobb driving. Sixth place this evening goes to entry 121 from Mount Pleasant, Michigan, the entry of Style and Grace Draft Horses, Mr. Austin Banga driving. Fifth place this evening goes entry number 162. This is George's Clydesdales. Joining us from Dishington, Quebec, Canada, Jason Taylor driving. Fourth place this evening goes to entry number 167, the Monte West Clydesdales. Joining us from Allegan, Michigan, this is Myron Hirschberger driving. Third place and congratulations is going to go to entry number 149, the Ridgeview Acres. Joining us from Willard, Missouri, Mr. Ura Hirschberger driving. And down to our final two, your reserve world champion in the open unicorn division goes to entry number 119, joining us from Hooper, Utah, the entry of the High Point Clydesdales, Freeman Yoder driving. Big round of applause for your reserve world champions, the High Point Clydesdales, standing second tonight in our unicorn hitch. And there is your winner of tonight's the world champion, Rick Farrow entry of Resting Spirit Stables. Joining us from Essex, Ontario, Canada, driven tonight by Mr. Eric Guyman. One final look at your world champion, Open Unicorn Hitch. The Resting Spirit Stables, Rick Farrow's entry from Essex, Ontario, Canada, Eric Guyman driving. Quite the turnout and quite the drive. Your world champion in tonight's Unicorn Resting Spirit Stables, driven by Eric Guyman. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a brief break for a ring drag. So if you need to go ahead and hit the vendors or the bathrooms, this would be the time. We should be back here in no less than 10 minutes for the remainder of tonight's evening performance. Looks like it's going to be less than 10 minutes. We're trying to set some kind of world record here for an arena drag. All right, it looks like we are ready for our next class of the evening. It's going to be our men's pleasure carts. We're going to give our judge, Mr. Coleman, a break for now and welcome into the ring our pleasure and riding judge. Joining us from Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, Mr. Danny Thompson is going to judge this next class. And here they come, apparently. Drivers in on the rail at a trot. We're going to run this in 2 heats, taking the first 7 entries into this heat, looking for 7 entries in our men's pleasure cart. Alrighty, there we have it. 7 entries in tonight's men pleasure cart. Drivers, if you would, please, carts on the rail at a trot. All right, we're going to go ahead and work second way of the ring, drivers. Beginning with 117, the entry of Doug and Tina Miller. If you would, please look to your ring steward and reverse. And down to the walk, drivers, please walk your carts. Let's go ahead and return to the trot. On the rail, all trot. All right, drivers, we're going to go ahead and line up our carts. Once again, beginning with entry number 117. If you would please look to your ring steward and line up. And there you have it, our first heat in tonight's Clydesdale Men's Pleasure Kart Class. All right, we're going to go ahead and dismiss our first heat drivers out and to the left, beginning with entry number 117. If you would, please, out into your left. And as this heat leaves, once again, how about a nice round of applause for our first heat in tonight's Clydesdale Men's Pleasure Kart Class. All right, we are now ready for our second heat in tonight's Men's Pleasure Kart Class. Drivers, if you would, please, if you can hear my voice, head to the ring, at the rail, on the rail, at a trot. Here then is our second heat into nines men's pleasure cart class. Looking for 8 entries in this heat. 8 entries. All right, drivers, this is going to be our heat. If you would please, on the rail at a trot. All right, drivers, our judge has asked for a reverse, beginning with entry number 130, the McCary's Clydesdale entry. As you come around, please look to your ring steward and lead us through the reverse. And down to the walk, drivers, please walk your carts. All walk. And back to the trot. Let's pick them up on the trot. All trot. Drivers, this will be your final lap. As you make your way down the west wall, we're going to ask once again that entry 130 lead us into the lineup. Again, 130, McCary's Clydesdales, please look to your ring steward and line up. And there you have it, our second heat of tonight's men's pleasure cart class. How about a nice round of applause for these entries? All right, we're going to go ahead and open up the in-gate. Welcome back in at this time, our first 7 entries for final placings. We could open up the north gate, welcoming back in Heat 1 of tonight's men's pleasure cart class.
Do you think about me sometimes? Does it cross your mind what the life we had could have been if we gave it time? But the summer's gone, now you're moving on. I see it when I look online, and I wonder if I'm the only one laying awake at night. Take your time coming back to me, don't ever let me go. I'll give you anything you need, and we can take it slow. And I know that it's over, when we get older you can say I told you.
All right, then, here are all of our entries. 13 in tonight's men's pleasure cart, demonstrating the versatility of the Clydesdale horse. How about a nice round of applause for all of these entries?
I remember back to the days we shared a home, drinking coffee every morning,
As we wait for final placings, just a reminder that all of tonight's event is being captured by none other than the great Ken Seams of Ken Seams Photography, joining us from Hyde, Pennsylvania. If you would like any of your own show mementos, be sure to visit kenseamsphotography.com.
Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Know that it's over, and I know that it's over, but don't let me go. Don't let me go.
All right, final placings are in for tonight's Clydesdale men's pleasure cart class. We are going to be placing 13 of these entries, all 13 standing and accounted for. Standing 13th this evening is going to go to entry number 147. This is the entry of Lyndon Clydesdales, joining us from Springfield, Illinois, Parker Johnson driving. Drivers, if you would, please out and to your right. Twelfth place this evening is going to entry number 193, the entry of Country Classic Clydesdales, joining us from Mapleton, Minnesota, Thomas Madel driving. Standing 11th this evening is entry number 135A, the entry of Broken Spokes Clydesdales. This is Eli Avery driving. Joining us tonight from Winfield, Kansas. 10th place this evening goes to entry number 138, joining us from Washington, West Virginia, the entry of the Shining Meadow Clydesdales. This is Alex Mullen driving. Ninth place this evening, entry number 157, the Misty Fields Farms, joining us from Custer, Washington. This is Roger Edmonds driving. Eighth place this evening is entry number 130, the entry of McCary's Clydesdales. From Comish, Michigan, this is Patrick McCary driving.
From the backwoods, thought I never would find my way. Sweet girl, straight from downtown, where I was just another face. They said that we should steer clear of each other. Matches and gasoline, nothing but trouble.
Seventh place this evening goes to entry 133. This is Pro Pack joining us from Wauteska, Illinois, Austin Banga driving.
We're just getting started.
Sixth place this evening goes to entry number 134, the Dearborn Clydesdales, joining us from Hartstown, Pennsylvania. Ryan Wise doing the driving.
Southbound for the border, somewhere no one knows our names. But I know when I hold you, I'ma love you till the grave.
Fifth place this evening goes to entry number 120, the entry of Midnight Farms, joining us from Toma, Wisconsin. This is Timothy Wiedrich driving.
Taking the sunset in old Mexico, running and loving our way down the coast. Nothing
Fourth place this evening goes to entry 197, the Leeds Prairie Clydesdales. From Poinet, Wisconsin, this is Brian Beardsley driving.
we're just getting started.
Third place this evening, going to entry number 198, McAlley Clydesdales and Canines, joining us from Blenheim, Ontario. This is Ken Paley driving. Brought his own cheering section here tonight and proving once again, skin to win. Nice outfit, Ken. Second place tonight, and congratulations to your reserve world champion, men's pleasure cart, is going to go to entry 135. The other entry from Broken Spokes Clydesdales and Winfield, Kansas, Ron Sheldon driving. And your world champion Clydesdale men's pleasure cart entry 131, the Cedar Creek Drafts, joining us from Charlestown, Indiana, Eric Pop driving. One more look at tonight's world champion winner of the Clydesdale Men's Pleasure Cart 131, the Cedar Creek Drafts, and Eric Popdry. Oh yeah, you're not getting out early. We need a victory pass. Let's see it. World Championships don't come every day. A final pass for tonight's winner of the Men's Pleasure Cart. Congratulations once again to the Cedar Creek Drafts from Charleston, Indiana, the winner of tonight's Men's Pleasure Cart. Our next class is going to be our Youth Western Pleasure class, ages 10 to 14, Youth Western Pleasure. My sheet shows 11 entries in this class. We are looking for 11 entries. All right, we are ready once again for our Youth Western Pleasure. Riders, if you would please enter the arena at a trot. All right, riders, this is going to be our class. You are being judged on the rail at a trot, please. Lope, please lope your horses. Walk, all walk. Reverse and continue to walk. Reverse and continue to walk. Lope, please lope your horses. Down to the jog, please jog. Please line up facing your ringman. Continue to jog and line up facing your ringman. All right, final placings are in for tonight's Youth Pleasure Western Division, ages 10 to 14. This class is sponsored by the Clydesdale Education Foundation. A big thank you to them. We have 11 entries shown. 11 entries will be placed. How about a nice round of applause for all of our entries in tonight's Youth Western Pleasure class? Standing 11th this evening is entry number 117, joining us from Omaha, Wisconsin. This is Danica. Tenth place this evening is going to entry number 130. This is Emery Verlette, joining us from Hart, Michigan, riding for the Hidden Electric Farm. Ninth place this evening is going to entry 144. This is Haley Wiles, joining us from Manchester, Maryland, driving for the A&B Clydesdales. Eighth place this evening goes to entry 258. This is Colbin Pop, joining us from Charlestown, Indiana for Cedar Creek Drafts. Seventh place this evening goes to entry 262. This is Marley Lemaster, joining us from Bethlehem, Indiana, also for the Cedar Creek Drafts. Sixth place this evening, entry 136. This is Allison Lacrosse, joining us from Kewanee, Wisconsin, Rockin' Hill Clydesdales. Fifth place is going to entry number 260. This is Madison Dooling, joining us from Charlestown, Indiana. Another entry for Cedar Creek Drafts. Fourth place this evening, entry number 247. This is Alyssa Scott, also joining us from Cedar Creek Drafts. Third place is going to go to entry number 134. This is Annabelle Wisey, joining us from Hartstown, Pennsylvania for Debron Clydesdales. Your reserve world champion at this World Show's Youth Western Pleasure ages 10 to 14 goes to entry number 251, Elaine Pop, joining us from Charlestown, Indiana. Another entry from the Cedar Creek Drafts. And there stands your world champion Youth Western Pleasure at the 2025 World Clydesdale Show, ages 10 to 14. Once again sponsored by the Clydesdale Education Fund. This is Francesca Henkelman, entry 168, joining us from Gilbert, Arizona. And here she goes one more time, your blue ribbon winner, the world champion, the Youth Western Pleasure ages 10 to 14 Francesca Henkelman joining us all the way from Gilbert, Arizona. Quite an athlete, quite a rider. Congratulations on a big win tonight, the Youth Western Pleasure, Francesca Henkelman. Our next class, we are going to switch gears and go back to some of these driving classes. Next up is our registered mare team, currently showing 21 entries. This class sponsored by the Cedar Lane Farms. We are going to split this into 3 heats, looking for 7 entries for that first heat. First in is going to be the entry 205, the H&M Clydesdales. This is Merv Hirschberger driving, joining us from Topeka, Indiana. Next in, we have the entry 107. This is the Hastings entry in 5-star Clydesdales from Leland, Illinois. $129, the West Wind Farm, joining us from Oakville, Ontario. Entry number 105. $189, the Plunget Clydesdale entry. Whitney Stang driving. And the Gregory Alomar entry. This is going to be Jason Gregg driving. All right, drivers, this is going to be our heat. If you would, please put your teams on the rail at a trot. All right, drivers, we're going to ask that you work second way of the ring, beginning with Merv Hirschberger and the H&M Clydesdales. As you come around, if you would, please lead us through the reverse. And down to the walk, drivers, please walk your teams. All walk. And back to the trot, on the rail at a trot. Drivers, our judge is calling for the lineup. This will be your last lap as you come down. Merv Hirschberger, as you come around, please line up your team. there you have it, our first 7 in tonight's registered Mare team class. All right, we are ready to dismiss this first heat. Drivers out and to your left, beginning with Merv, if you would please, out and to your left. Alrighty, we are ready for our second heat of tonight's registered Mare team. Looking for 7 more entries in this heat. 7 entries. Please be making your way to the arena at a trot. First in, that is going to be the entry of Calico Farms, joining us from Huxley, Alberta. Excuse me. Wismer Kleins joining us from Ontario. Ron Wismer driving. Next is the Calico entry. This is going to be Tammy Pellinero driving. Next in is the entry, Broken Spoke Clydesdales. The entry of Country Classic Clydesdales. Entry 115, the Elliott Family Farm, joining us from Illinois. That is Tanner Garrison driving. Entry 113, the Glencoe Galgantry Clydesdales with Logan Bain driving. And our final entry, the entry of TS Clydesdales. This is going to be our 7 drivers, if you would please, on the rail at a trot. Drivers, we're going to ask that you reverse your teams and work the second direction, beginning with 185, Ron Wismer of the Wismer Clydesdales. As you come around, please lead us into the reverse. And down to the walk, drivers, please walk your teams. And back to the trot, all trot. Drivers, this will be your final lap as you come around. Once again, being with Ron Wismer, Wismer Clydesdales. As you come down, please line up on your ringman's direction. And there you have it, our Heat 2 of tonight's registered Mare team class. How about a nice round of applause for all of these exhibitors? All right, we're going to go ahead and dismiss this heat, drivers, if you would, please. Out and to your left. One more heat for the registered Mare team. Third heat in shortly. Alrighty, we are ready for that third and final heat. Looking for 7 more entries in tonight's red-chested Mare team. First in is going to be the entry of Greenwood Farms. Joining us from Richmond, Michigan, Gary Miller doing the driving. Our next entry is Style and Grace. I can't see my freaking eyes. Next in is going to be the entry of Brookside Farm. Followed in by the Stahlheim Farm entry. The entry of Stokes Farms. Dreaming Out Loud, Clydesdales. And the Linden Clydesdales. 7 entries in our third and final heat. Drivers, if you would please, on the rail at a trot. All right, drivers, we're going to go ahead and work second way of the ring, beginning with the Greenwood Farms entry and Mr. Gary Miller. We're going to ask that you reverse your team. And down to the walk, drivers, please walk your teams. And back to the trot. Trot your teams. All right, we're going to go ahead and line up our teams, beginning with Gary Miller as you come around in the Greenwood entry. Please line up on your ring steward's command. And there you have it, our third and final heat of tonight's registered Mare team class.
Do you think about me sometimes? Does it cross your mind? What the life we had Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go.
All right, we're going to go ahead and dismiss this third and final heat. Gary, if you would please out into your left. So we are going to have a redrive in this class. I believe our judge wants to see 7 of these entries back in here head to head. So we'll get traffic sorted, get this heat excused, and we will be back in here with a redrive in the Redchester Mare team class. Sounds like the redrive is sorted and ready to go. Drivers, if you could please be making your way into the arena at a trot. And first in is going to be the entry of the Westwind Farm. Kim Smith's entry from Oakville, Ontario. Mr. Donnie Lowe's doing the driving. Followed in closely by the Wismer Clydesdales. Ron Wismer driving. The Glencoe Gallantry Clydesdales and Logan Bain. TF Clydesdale's coming in 187 with Jake Bauer driving. Six 206, the entry of Wildwood Clydesdales and Michael Hill driving. Stokes Stables entry 169. This is Vanessa Breton driving. And Gary Miller with the Greenwood Farms. This is going to be archery drive. Drivers, if you would please, on the rail at a trot. Could we close the gate? Close the gate. Thank you very much. Close the gate. Continue to trot, drivers. This is our rework.
Poor boy from the backwoods, thought I never would find my way. Sweet girl, straight from downtown, where I was just another face. They said that we should steer clear of each other. Matches and gasoline, nothing but trouble. Said we'd never make it, but you ain't seen nothing.
Donnie Lowe's, as you come around, we're going to ask that you lead us through the reverse. As you come around the east end, West Wind Farm, as you come around, if you would please reverse.
Southbound for the border, somewhere no one knows our names. But I know when I hold you, I'ma love you till the grave. We're just getting started. We're just getting started. Taking the sunset in old Mexico, running and loving our way down the coast. Nothing to lose, 'cause with you I am home. Here we go. We're just getting started. We're just getting started.
Final lap, drivers, as you come around, once again, begin with Donnie Lowe's and the West Wind Farm entry. If you would please look to your ring steward and line up. And there you have it. How about a nice round of applause for our redrive in the registered Mare team class. All right, at this time, we're going to go ahead and open up the in-gate and welcome back in 5 more entries for final places. We'll be placing our top 12 in tonight's registered Mare team class. All right, final placings are in for our registered Mare team class. This class sponsored by the Cedar Lane Farms LLC. Thank you to them for their sponsorship. 21 entries shown in tonight's team class. We are going to place the top 12 in this class. And here they are. Standing 12th tonight is going to be entry number 160. This is the Gregley Alomar entry, joining us from Cargill, Ontario, Canada. Jason Gregg driving. Drivers, if you would please, he's got it. Out and to the right. Eleventh place this evening is entry number 166, the Calico Farms, joining us from Huxley, Alberta, Canada. This is Tammy Pellinero driving. Tenth place this evening is going to entry 139, the entry of Stahlheim Farms Clydesdales. Joining us from Emery, Wisconsin, Andrew Stahlheim driving. Ninth place this evening is going to entry number 183, the entry of Brookside Farms. Joining us from Sparta, Wisconsin, Dustin Brooks driving. Eighth place this evening is going to entry number 205. This is Merv Hirschberger driving for the H&M Clydesdales of Topeka, Indiana. Seventh place, and congratulations, goes to entry 102. This is the entry of the Greenwood Farms, joining us from Richmond, Michigan, Gary Miller driving. Sixth place this evening is entry number 169, the Stoke Stables entry. Joining us from Moffat, Ontario, this is Vanessa Breton driving. Fifth place this evening goes to entry 113, the Glen Clogue Galcantry Clydesdale entry, Logan Bain driving. Your fourth place registered mare team is entry 187, the TF Clydesdales from Gladbrook, Iowa. This is Jake Bauer driving. Third place and congratulations is going to entry 185, joining us from Amherstburg, Ontario, Canada. It's the Wismer Clyde entry. Ron Wismer driving. Your reserve world champion registered mare team is going to entry number 206, the entry of Wildwood Clydesdale. Joining us from Lloydminster, Alberta, this is Michael Hill driving. And there stands your world champion registered mare team, joining us from Oakville, Ontario, Canada. It is the entry of Westwind Farm, driven by Mr. Donnie Lowe's. And let's hear it as they make their victory pass. The winner of tonight's registered mare team class, the Westwind Farm, the Kim Smith entry from Oakville, Ontario, Canada, and none other than Donnie Lowe's driving. Congratulations, Westwind Farm, the winner of tonight's registered mare team class. Our next class is going to be our adult Western pleasure. I believe we're splitting this into two heats. First heat is going to have 16 entries. You heard me right. First heat going to have 16 entries in tonight's adult Western pleasure class. Riders, our ring is ready. Our judge is here. If you could please be making your way to the arena at a trot. All right, 16 entries in our first heat of the adult Western pleasure. Riders, if you would, please on the rail at a trot. You are being judged. Lope, please lope your horses. And down to the walk, riders. All walk. Reverse and continue to walk. Reverse and continue to walk. Jog. Please jog. And lope. Lope your horses. Jog. All jog. All right, we're going to ask that you line up, continue to jog, and line up facing your ringman. And how about a nice round of applause for 16 entries in our first heat of tonight's adult Western Pleasure. All right, we're going to go ahead and dismiss this first heat. All right, I believe we are ready for our second heat of our adult Western Pleasure. Second heat. Please make your way in at the jog. All right, this is going to be our full second heat. Riders, you are being judged. Continue to jog on the rail. Lope, please lope your horses. Down to the walk, all walk. Reverse and continue to walk. Reverse and continue to walk. Lope, please lope your horses. Jog, please jog. And we're going to ask that you line up facing your ring man. Continue to jog and line up. All right, riders, we're going to go ahead and dismiss this heat, if you would please, out to your left through the in gate. And we are going to put together a re-ride. I believe they are putting numbers together right now, so stand close. We will be looking for at least 12 more riders back to the ring. And looks like here they come. This is going to be our re-ride for tonight's Adult Western Pleasure Class, sponsored this evening by Greckle Farms. All right, riders, this is going to serve as our re-ride. You are being judged on the rail and continue to jog. Reverse and continue to jog. And down to the walk, riders, all walk. Lope. Please lope your horses. And down to the walk, riders, all walk. Reverse and continue to walk. Reverse and continue to walk. Lope. All lope. Jog down to the jog, please. All right, riders, if you would, please continue to jog and line up facing your ring steward. Continue to jog and line up.
Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. Know that it's over, and I know that it's over, but don't let me go. Don't let me go.
All right, here then are your final placings in our adult Western pleasure class, sponsored tonight by Greco Farms. We have 26 entries in this class. We will be placing the top 12, and without further ado, they are as follows. Our 12th place finish tonight is going to go to entry number 134. This is Samantha Proper riding for the Dearborn Clydesdales. '11th place this evening, entry number 256. This is Caitlin Griner driving for the Cedar Creek Drafts. '10th place this evening, entry 268. This is Shelley Stocksdale, also riding for the Cedar Creek Drafts. Ninth place this evening goes to entry 114. This is Laura Passant riding for the Double Shoe Clydesdales. Eighth place this evening, entry number 269, riding for the Trail Wind Clydesdales, is Twyla Newton. Seventh place this evening, entry number 178. This is Mary Hurst Justice riding for the Jones Farm. Sixth place this evening, 158. This is Cariana Ori riding for the Sandy Acre Clydesdales. 158. Congratulations. Sixth place. Fifth place this evening goes to entry number 254. This is Jessica Crandall-Menard riding for the Warwick Hills Stud. Fourth place this evening is going to entry number 273. This is Paige Matty riding for the Sunfire Stables. Third place, and congratulations, is going to go to entry number 131. This is Leah Pop riding for the Cedar Creek Drafts. Your reserve world champion in our adult Western pleasure class is going to go tonight to entry number 249. This is Claire Gregg. And your world champion adult Western pleasure is going to go to entry number 136. This is Amy Halverson riding for the Rockin' Hill Clydesdales. And let's hear it for one more time. Our world champion adult Western pleasure is going to go to Amy Halverson, 136, riding for the Rockin' Hill Clydesdales. All right, let's go ahead and open that out gate. We are going to be ready for our final class of this evening's session. This is our registered gelding cart. Clydesdale registered gelding cart. I think there's 26 or so. I believe our first heat is pretty well ready and lined up.
I was told to be here around 6:30.
Before we get to our final class of this evening, we are going to go ahead and announce our trail class results. We do have our trail class results here in front of us. First place in that is going to go to Twyla Newton with a score of 82.5. Second place is Kristen Arthus with a score of 78.5. Third is Jessica Carnell-Menard with a score of 67. Fourth place, Pam Bridington with a score of 64. Fifth place is entry number 159 with a score of 61.5. And seventh is going to be Rylan Brighterton with a score of 58.5. Eighth, Mary Hurst Justice with a score of 58. Carrie Olery with a score of 57 will be ninth. Haley Lopinski with a score of 56.5 will be 10th. Jordan Irwin's score of 55 will be 11th. And Amanda Dates with a score of 53.5 is going to be 12th. All right, we are ready for our gelding cart, obviously. Gelding cart drivers coming in at a trot, looking to make up our first heat. I guess this is it. 6 riders in our first heat, drivers on the rail at a trot. You are being judged. All right, drivers, we're going to work second way of the ring, beginning with entry 179, who's not on my card. If you could please look to your ring steward and reverse. And down to the walk, drivers, please walk your carts. And back to the trot, on the rail at a trot. Drivers, this is your final lap. As you come around down the west side, please look to your ring steward once again with entry number 179. If you could please lead us into the lineup. And there you have it, our first heat of tonight's registered gelding cart class. Sponsored this evening by Tree Lane Farm. All right, we're going to go ahead and excuse this heat. Drivers, if you would please, out and to your left, beginning with Mr. Corey Barnes, if you could please lead us out. All right, we are ready for our second heat in tonight's registered gelding cart. Heat number 2, if you can hear the sound of my voice, please be making your way to the arena at a trot. All right, I believe that is our heat. Those are 6 entries in. Drivers, this is going to be your heat on the rail at a trot, please. All right, drivers, we're going to prepare to work second way of the ring. Entry 165, Resting Spirit Stables. Taylor, as you come around, if you would please lead us through the reverse. And down to the walk. Drivers, please walk your geldings. And back to the trot on the rail at a trot. Drivers, final lap as you come around. Once again, beginning with Taylor and Resting Spirit Stables. Please look to your ring steward, taking direction and line up. All right, how about it? Heat 2, registered gelding cart. All right, we're going to go ahead and dismiss our second heat of tonight's registered gelding cart. Taylor, once again, if you could, please, out and to your left. We're going to dismiss our second heat. We are ready for our third heat of tonight's registered gelding cart. Third heat, and spoiler alert, not our last heat. Third heat of tonight's registered gelding cart class. Drivers, if you would please, into the arena at a trot. This is going to be our heat. Drivers, if you would please, on the rail at a trot. You are being judged. Drivers, our judge has called for the reverse. Beginning with 119 in the High Point Clydesdales. As you come around, if you would please lead our reverse. And down to the walk, drivers. If we could please walk, all walk. And back to the trot, on the rail at a trot. Drivers, as you make your way around, we're going to go ahead and start the lineup. Once again, beginning with 119 in the High Point Clydesdales. As you come around, please line up. And how about a nice round of applause for 6 more entries in tonight's registered gelding cart class. All right, we're ready to head and dismiss heat number 3. Once again, 119 high point. Jacob, if you could please, out and to your left. Alrighty, we are ready for our 4th heat of tonight's registered gelding cart class. 4th heat. Alrighty, 6 more entries. I believe this is our heat. Drivers, if you would, please, on the rail at a trot. Drivers, it is time to work second way of the ring. Beginning with the Grandview Clydesdale entry in 125. As you make your way around, if you could please reverse. And down to the walk. Drivers, please walk your carts. Back to the trot on the rail at a trot. All right, our judge has called for the lineup. Drivers, as you come down the west rail, if you would, please look to your ring steward. And beginning with the Grandview Clyde entry, please start our lineup. There you have it, our fourth and final heat of tonight's registered gelding cart class. How about a nice round of applause? All 24 entries in tonight's class. All right, we're going to go ahead and open up the in-gate and go ahead and dismiss our fourth and final heat. We anticipate a redrive. Drivers stay close. We'll get redrive numbers here directly to you and go from there. Thank you. All right, and here we come. We're going to go ahead and bring in our redrive. I believe we're going to bring in all 12 into one class, keep them on the rail, and line them up as we go around. Drivers, in at the trot, please.
Do you think about me sometimes? Does it cross your mind what the life we had could have been if we gave it time? But the summer's gone, now you're moving on. I see it when I look online, and I wonder if I'm the only one laying awake at night. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go. I'll give you anything you need, and we can take it slow. And I know that it's over when we get
And that makes 12. All right, drivers, let's do this right. 12 of you on the rail at a trot. Ready, go. All trot, all showing at the trot.
I remember back to the days we shared a home, drinking coffee every morning, making love in the afternoon.
Drivers, we're going to start working second direction already. Beginning with the Bart Long entry. As you come around 128, if you would please, Bart Long, lead us through the reverse. Let's keep it moving at the trot, all trot.
Don't ever let me go. Take your time, come back to me. Don't ever let me go.
Drivers, as you come down the west rail, we're going to go ahead and start our lineup. Once again, Bart Long, if you would please, as you come down, line them up. And there you have it, our top 12 in our final class of the evening, your registered gelding cart class. That's right, diehards. Let's hear you. Don't quit on me now. One final class. Here then are your final placings in tonight's registered gelding cart class. This class sponsored by Tree Lane Farm, and we thank them for all of their sponsorship. 24 entries shown, 12 of them are going to receive placings, and those placings are as follows. Standing 12th place this evening is going to get entry number 123, the entry of the McLaughlin Clydesdales, joining us from Haley Station, Ontario. 123, 12th place. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess the rest of us will go out and to the right for final placings, right? Out and to the right. My fault. 11th place, entry number 128. That is the entry of Bart Long from Bart Long Auctions, Bristolville, Virginia. Standing 10th this evening, entry number 167, the entry of the Money West Clydesdales. Joining us from Allegan, Michigan, 10th place. Ninth place this evening goes to entry number 119, the entry of the High Point Clydesdales from Hooper, Utah. This is Jacob Fielding driving. Eighth place this evening, entry number 187, the TF Clydesdales. This is Jake Bauer driving. Watch out. Entry number 7 is going to be 119A, the other entry from High Point Clydesdales. This is Brett Fielding driving. Sixth place this evening is going to go to entry number 127, the Lundergan Clydesdales. Joining us from Lexington, Kentucky, this is Karen Bongert driving. Fifth place in tonight's registered gelding cart class is going to entry 138 from Washington, West Virginia, the entry of the Shining Meadow Clydesdales, Matthew Mullen driving. Fourth place this evening, entry number 125. It is the entry of the Grandview Clydesdales, Karen Cobbs driving. Third place and congratulations goes to entry number 194, joining us from Fremont, Ohio, the entry of the South Creek Clydesdales. This is Mary Myers. Our reserve world champion this evening in the registered gelding cart goes to entry number 162. Joining us from Bishopton, Quebec, this is George's Clydesdales and Jason Taylor driving. Standing alone, our world champion in the registered gelding cart class once again is going to go to entry number 165, the entry of the Resting Spirit Stables. Joining us from Essex, Ontario, Canada, this is Taylor Wierig driving. All right, guys, those of you that have stuck it out this long, one more big round of applause. Our world champion, registered gelding cart, Rick Farrow's Resting Spirit Stables, and Taylor Wierig driving. Congratulations, Taylor. A beautiful drive. Another world champion goes to Rick Farrow in the Resting Spirit Stables. That is going to conclude our evening program here at the World Clydesdale Show. A big thank you to our judge, Brian Coleman, our pleasure and riding judge, Danny Thompson, and our National Clydesdale Queen, Taylor Taft, our ring steward, Buck Hageman. Big thank you to everyone outside keeping traffic rolling. A great, smooth day. We will see you all bright and early, 7 a.m. for Mare Halter.